But coffee, we do that. Here, maybe they speak, maybe no. Maybe that's a question, maybe not. So you still like.
Can we please start taking our seats? Thank you. Okay, well, we'll wait for the last few to enter the room. We're just going to start with a quick video.
So, good morning, everyone. It seems that no one got lost yesterday in the dangerous nightlife here. Everyone is still here present, and we have a great deal of discussions today ahead of us, so that I don't want to extend my introduction here and want to hand over to our Secretary General for roll call.
Okay, so we'll just run through the agenda first before we go to a roll call. Of course, we've got a number of items coming up. I don't know if the agenda's on the screen. Yep, here you'll see the agenda. We're really focusing on athletes this morning, and then moving to our strategic plan for Fit for Future. Just remind you that we have a workshop later this afternoon as well to really go through Fit for Future and allow for a more expansive conversation. Within, we'll also have a roundup from our continental associations and then move to our discipline chairs. In addition, we have the budget review following the Fit for Future discussion. So, can we go to the roll call? I hope everyone's still got their phones active and able to see the message. Remember, you need to press the button to turn green, and it will turn blue on our screen to ensure that we can note who is present and who is voting in the room. Just a reminder, it is a hybrid Congress, so we do have a 40-second delay up to a 40-second delay between what's in this room and what's being broadcast online. So for each of the votes, we will take around about a 2-minute window to ensure that everyone's able to vote both online and in the room. We still have a number of countries that I know are in the room haven't activated, so please make sure you've got the green light on your screen. Sometimes you can double press it and it activates, it's on and off, so please make sure you've got the green signal on your screen. We still have a number that I know that are in the room that haven't activated. Is anyone having any issues or difficulties?
USA.
Okay, we'll just get some support.
Holland there.
India,
Uzbekistan.
Ireland,
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan is raising the hand.
I know you're in the room, but you're not activated.
Iran. Iran are in the
It's always an exciting start to day two. First challenge.
India is not here.
If you're in the room and your light's not blue, please raise your hand. Okay.
Those which are not registered are not into.
Yep. Okay. We can progress.
So, Paris 2024 is around the corner, and we all can look forward to really exciting, different games, games again with spectators, hopefully. And games are strongly influenced by members of our canoeing family. Cyril, former technical director for Whitewater, is venue and competition manager, and of course our friend, former vice president, former IUC member, Tony Estanguet is head of the Paris 2024. And we are very happy that Tony has sent to us today a welcome address.
Mr. President, dear Thomas, dear Secretary General, dear delegates of national federations, dear colleagues and friends. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be able to give you a few words today. The time is flying. First, I would like to thank our President and congratulate him and the board for the incredible work done and their strong leadership to address all challenges. Thank you, Thomas. It's a pleasure to see my original sport family doing its best to continue to develop canoeing all over the world within this challenging period for the best of our athletes. As an Olympic medalist, you can imagine that the well-being and the promotion of our athletes will be at the center of our attention during the Paris Games from the beginning, thanks to the two revolutionary concepts for our opening ceremonies. For the first time, they will be organized outside of the stadium on the River Seine for the Olympic Games and on the most iconic avenue of Paris, the Champs-Élysées, for the Paralympic Games. For canoeing, our sport team is working daily to be able to showcase canoe sprint, para-canoe and canoe slalom in the best manner and offer to our thousands of spectators and millions of TV viewers a unique experience. The collaboration between the ICF, the French Canoe Federation, and our Paris 2024 team will be a key strength to develop new concepts for public engagement, but also to optimize non-crucial services at the back of house. To achieve this goal, the ICF and the French Canoe Federation have been supportive since day one and will continue in our discussion to strengthen our collaboration and optimize canoe and para-canoe projects. To conclude, our sport has all the strengths to continue to grow within the Olympic and Paralympic movement. In 2020, the addition of the new event kayak cross has been well received within the Olympic movement. It will be a new asset for the ICF and we are excited to support you in this development. For the future, Canoe needs to keep a good balance between tradition and innovation, allowing maximizing its promotion. I'm trusting all the ICF leaders to make the good decisions at the right time. I wish you a great ICF Congress, and I'm already excited to open the Games to the canoeing family in 631 days in Paris. And now, please enjoy a small video showcasing our new motto revealed this summer.
So that's the best what can happen to start the second day of our Congress, and I think we can be proud on Tony, who has learned and acquired all the skills during his career as an athlete, as a three-time Olympic champion, and he highlighted in his introduction that everything what we are doing should be in interest of our athletes. Athletes are in the center of our work, and that's why I'm proud to welcome now our athletes chair, a very successful lady in our sport who want to continue to give an athletes representatives address right here. Bridget, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Thomas. Good morning to everyone today. I hope you've been enjoying your stay in Thailand so far. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone to address my speech today on behalf of the ICF Athletes Commission. My name is Bridget Hartley, and I'm from South Africa, and I'm the ICF Athletes Chair for this term. I have a small little introduction about my story. I started paddling and represented South Africa in 2005 for the first time at African Championships in Senegal, which is North Africa. And since then, I've represented my country at 3 Olympics in Beijing, London, and Rio. I've also competed at 3 different World Championships under the ICF umbrella, namely sprint, marathon, as well as ocean racing. And I have a little bit of a journey which allowed me to stand on a podium at marathon and sprint World Cups, receiving medals, as well as a couple podiums receiving a medal at Sprint World Championships. However, my highlight was getting a medal at a bronze medal at the Olympics in London. However, today the story is not about me. It's just an introduction to show my passion that I have towards paddling, and that it's across all the disciplines, not only sprint. So I'd like to start with the role of the Athletes Commission. It's to represent the athletes in the ICF by keeping them as our top priority within all the ICF bodies, and create an atmosphere that allows them to raise their voice when necessary and to also make sure that their voice is heard. It's to create a network for the athletes' representatives Athletes' commissions exist across all levels within the Olympic movement. The IOC Athletes Commission, WADA, IPC, Continental, and National Commissions. This is why it's important that every federation here today also has their own athletes rep. I'd also like to talk about the support that we have for the athletes, both on and off the water, and I'll come to that later. The importance of Athletes Commission continuity. We'd like to really attract more athletes to be willing to represent their sport discipline within the ITF umbrella, and we hope to achieve this by creating a few campaigns to improve our visibility as a commission. We'd also like to create a balance between both competitive and retired athletes so that we can encourage the federations to approach the active and retired athletes to be a part of our campaigns so that we can receive valuable input from all the disciplines. And I'll name them because they're all important: canoe polo, marathon, ocean racing, freestyle, SUP, slalom, and sprint. So now I think it's a good opportunity for me to introduce my committee, as you see on the screen, headed by myself, Bridget Hartley from South Africa, under sprint, with my highlight being my bronze medal at the London Olympics. Shandor Totka, Hungary, under sprint, Olympic champion in Tokyo. Yuri Priskovic, Czech Republic, under slalom, Olympic champion in Tokyo. Ailey Gibson, Great Britain, under slalom, silver medal at a Slalom World Cup. Amanda Jennings, Australia, under para, silver medal at the Rio Paralympics. Patrick O'Leary, Ireland, under para, 2 times Paralympian. Anna Bruno, USA, representing freestyle, 2 times bronze medalist in a squirt boat. Dane Jackson, USA, representing freestyle, world champion. So this is who we are, representing the athletes under the ICF umbrella. I'd also like to highlight some of our athlete opportunities. I'm going to talk about only a few, however, there are quite a lot that we can talk about in the future. And this is how we can support our athletes off the water. I'd like to touch on one of the topics, the Career Plus program. This is something I've been exposed to recently. Some of you might have heard the words in one of the workshops, the WISH program. I'd also like to thank our ICF Development program. Thanks to Sebastian and Cecilia for allowing me to be a part of it. It's an Olympic movement to empower female coaches across all sports at different levels. There's also the Athlete 365 programs, which I've also managed to get myself to be a part of because it's just a free online course and all that it takes is registration. This was a really insightful couple days where we spent 2 hours, and it allows athletes to make a little bit of a bridge between being an athlete and starting to focus on a possible career. So it just helps you to understand who you are as a person and hopefully choose the correct career pathway after sport. There was also one on teaching us how to improve our CV. It might seem like a simple thing for some of you sitting here today, but for an athlete who hasn't done too much admin and actually loves being on the water, to create a CV to land their first big job is actually quite an important thing. There's also mental health, which has definitely become a talking point across the world and across different sport codes. And it's very real, and I think that some federations need to be aware that there is help for some of the athletes. Then I also come to the Athletes' Declaration. It's possibly something that some of you haven't heard of just yet. This was adopted by the Olympic movement in October 2018, and it outlines a common set of aspirational rights and responsibilities for athletes within the Olympic movement. I'm going to just read out 2 examples, just so that you can understand what it's all about. An example of rights is to be a part of fair and clean sport environment. An example of responsibilities is to respect the integrity of sport and compete clean. So after my speech, and we have a small little video, I would like us to take a vote, and the vote is to adopt and endorse the Athletes' Declaration as the ICF. Our organization will then be added to the Olympic site dated November 2022 as the date we hopefully agree with the endorsement and support the movement. This will be alongside the Olympic Council of Asia Forum, Oceania National Olympic Athletes Forum, and the New Zealand National Olympic Committee, just to name a few. There are many more. So I'd like to just show you a little video with a little bit more of an explanation and some of the athletes having their voice about it.
For the last year, led by a steering committee of 20 athlete representatives, we engaged with stakeholders and thousands of athletes through 2 rounds of extensive athlete surveys to listen to every voice.
To bring athletes that support and protection that they deserve.
The right of a fair competition.
Every single athlete can contribute something for better of all.
This is our opportunity to create history.
4,292 athletes, representing 190 countries and more than 120 sports disciplines, shared their voices. What emerged is the Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration, a historic initiative that aims to outline a common set of aspirational athletes' rights and responsibilities. Practice sport without discrimination. Be part of a clean sporting environment. The protection of mental and physical health. Privacy and freedom of expression. Due process. Uphold the Olympic values. Respect the solidarity principle of the Olympic movement, and many more. Supporting the athletes of the world for generations to come. The Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration. By athletes, for athletes.
Thank you. I hope that gives a little bit of a better summary with the examples. And I'd like to thank you again for listening. It's going to be a really exciting couple of years for me, and I'm really looking forward to it. And we're going to bring up the vote with regards to the Athletes' Declaration shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Any questions regarding Bridget's report, address? Please, floor is yours. Can someone help to bring mic? Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, Thomas. I'm Yip from Singapore. I would like to greet everybody good morning, and board members good morning, and also members of ICF good morning. And this is a very interesting topic for my country, for my athletes, and we are seeing a lot of happenings, especially on drug taking, safe sport, as well as mental health. So after COVID, these are some of the issues that are being kept inside, and they're trying to move out, they can't. So the welfare and well-being of the athletes may be affected to some extent. May I know how we can leverage on ICF to help or to give us some educational material, some support to enable us to handle this properly. And we also see some suicidal cases. So in this case, would having a counselor on the board and providing us with certain direction and certain help will do. Thank you.
Thank you, very valuable comment, and we will take notice and we'll try to provide these documents or develop that. So far it is not available. Bridget, do you want to answer the question? more in detail?
I'd just like to add to that the Olympic movement and the Athlete 365 have already created something similar to that, especially because of COVID, which they did offer on their websites a couple months ago. So it's definitely something that we'll work together with them, and if there are any federations who are unsure, I'm very willing to assist you, because I think a lot of the time when it comes to a situation like mental health or suicide, somebody needs to have someone in their corner, and online is not always the best. It's good to have somebody in your own country who is available for that.
Thank you, Bridget. Maybe we can add link to the document in our minutes so that you can find this document in an easy way. Any more contributions to this discussion? Thank you again, Bridget, and please pass our gratitude to our committee. Richard?
Okay, so now we will move to the vote. The vote is: do you approve to adopt the Athlete Declaration? Please open the vote. Okay, can we close the vote? Okay, Bridget obviously did an exceptional job because there's 100% yes. So we have officially adopted the Athlete Declaration.
So we already highlighted yesterday and during the workshops in several discussions that we want to present to you an adapted program fit for future, to be ready to tackle all the challenges that are ahead of us. And again, I want to thank everyone who has contributed with knowledge and during the discussions. Now I invite Cecilia, Vice President, to take the floor and to present the final document.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that the best introduction is to read to you the words of our president when he defines the Fit for Future, and later we will go pillar by pillar. The key pillars of our management ethos are based on innovation and change, engagement and involvement, cooperation, transparency, and sustainability. Our sport and our athletes must be at the heart of everything we do. We do our job for them, and as officials, we must do everything in our power to further improve the perception of our sport and the opportunities for our athletes. This ethos, combined with ICF values, will help us to continue to grow as part of the Olympic and Paralympic movement. to foster positive discussions with all key stakeholders by leveraging our personal relationships and the assets of our sport to increase fan engagement and active participation around the globe, to strive for gender balance in our activities and leadership, and to include as many of our disciplines as possible at continental and regional games or major multi-sports events. It gives me great pleasure to present now to you all the Fit for Future. Fit for Future is created to empower and active each level of the paddle sport community through a set of 8 guiding principles. These principles are designed to unite our community across common goals, empower the development and growth of global paddle sports. This is a journey that we take together as we strive to strengthen and optimize competition delivery, further enhance our position within the Olympic movement, and connect with the recreational paddle sport across the world. I must stress the word together. We cannot succeed without your continued support from everyone at every level of our sport. This is a team effort. Fit for Future is developed with a collaborative approach, bringing together key stakeholders from a wide cross-section of our sport. We did this to ensure we have a full 360-degree view of the challenges and opportunities across paddle sport. It also helped us define how we would be able to measure success and understand where our actions would accelerate key areas of focus for you, our membership. A good example of this is the development of strategic sustainability plan outline. In Principle 5, that we discussed in detail at yesterday's workshop. Here, we will work with experts to focus in on key sustainable practices that will help us all to support the UN Sustainability Project. So why are we so excited about Fit for Future? I will now take the opportunity to dive in a little deeper across the 8 key principles so you can find out more. Athlete support is the first principle. To quote IOC President Dr. Thomas Bach, athletes are not only at the heart of the Olympic movement, they are the heart of the Olympic movement. You hear the morning an excellent presentation from our Athletes Commission Chair, Ms. Bridget Hartley, who stressed the importance of athletes' representation and introduced to all of us our Athletes Commission. And I would like also to thank you for adopting the Athletes Declaration. This is an important set of rights and responsibilities we must support. But we must always continue to go further. With Fit for Future, we aim to do just that, continually strengthening opportunities and support for athletes on and off the water, and making sure we put the athletes first in everything we do. We are committed to ensuring effective athletes' representation and participation in decision-making within the ICF and its members. Increasing investment in programs to protect clean athletes and create a safe and fair competition environment. Maximizing opportunities for athletes through Olympic solidarity. We also understand that athletes are the reason people watch and engage with our sport. So we must do more to facilitate athlete-to-fan engagement, especially on their journey to the Olympic Games Paris 2024. We will do this through providing photo and video content directly to athletes for them to share and enjoy with the world across their social media channels. Protecting the integrity of our sport through good governance is more important than ever before. In Principle 2, we recognize the need to continually adapt and innovate to remain relevant in the modern world. But this does not mean we need to abandon our history and structure. However, we must all work hard to ensure diversity, transparency, and inclusion at all levels of our sport. We must all be the champions of diversity and inclusion and embrace every sector of society and develop opportunities for all across all areas of the paddle sports. Fit for Future outlines key initiatives that ensure the governance of our sport is driven by inclusion. We also understand that we need to embrace change and be agile. This is why we will look at every area of our governance structure to ensure we really are fit for the future. We will invest in the digital transformation of our financial management system to ensure efficient reporting and tighter budgetary control. We will create stronger evaluation process of our events to ensure continual improvement. And we will review and update our code of ethics, policies, and practices. As you heard from our president yesterday, we will also commit to strengthening our influence beyond the canoeing community, driving new opportunities, building partnership and relations that support a future success. Our pillar number 3 refers to the maximization of synergies. Given the current climate, optimization is key for every one of us. From event delivery to campaign development, we can create synergies that will allow us to do more for less. Principle 3 of Fit for Future focuses on this, our collective effort as the paddle sports community. We promise to share market research, develop systems that allow us to support you and your members in a better manner, leverage our investment in TV to create coaching content that we can all use, and create toolkits that support you in the promotion of paddle sports. We ask you something also. We ask you to share your areas of best practices so we can all learn together, actively participate in future workshops, help us develop a global recreational brand that celebrates benefits, diversity, and the beauty of paddle sports. On the principle number 4, we refer to a global development. It is important we develop with a sustainable and progressive approach. Through Fit for Future, we aim to strengthen support and opportunities for athletes, coaches, and officials globally, and innovate to improve opportunities to increase impact of development programs. We will do this through enhanced investment in key areas of development, such as dedicated development managers in Africa, Asia, and the American continent. We will provide further technical support to coaches in developing countries to increase the number of competitive athletes and participating nations at ICF World Championships. We will work to increase the number of qualified international technical officials, requesting your cooperation in submitting women nominations to maintain a gender balance on the appointment to the ICF and continental events. We will modernize the development program through online learning that complements our out-in-the-field activity. Principle 5 refers to climate positive. I'd like to give a big thank to every one of you for your positive contribution to the sustainable workshop that we had yesterday. It was amazing to hear how committed we are as a community in taking climate positive actions. As discussed, with 71% of the planet covering water, we are the sport in the right place to make significant positive impact on climate change. As a proud partner of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, we are committed to ensure we make a positive impact on the environment. With millions of paddlers out on the water every day, we want to make sure that every one of them is taking climate positive action. From cleaning their local waterways to reducing their consumption or plastic to becoming a conscientious traveler, we want to encourage collective actions against the world's biggest challenge, which is the climate change. Principle 5 sets our 7 clear recommendations. How can we further our progress in becoming a climate-positive organization? Our Principle 6 referred to the celebration of emotions. Our sport is made on emotions, the feeling you get when you paddle, the expressions you see on the athletes' faces when they race, their enjoyment. Their performances provide joy to the fans. Emotion is the essence of the sport. Principle 6 is all about capturing and celebrating this emotion in the promotion of our sport and building an identity based on emotion. We must continually work with partners and broadcasters to build powerful stories and invest in the digital growth of paddle sports. This is essentially brought into focus for the athletes aiming to qualify for the Olympic Games in Paris 2024. They are our biggest ambassadors, and we should celebrate every step with them. Principle 7 refers to elevate competitions. Excuse me. Today, competitions are our biggest strength, but they come at a cost both for the ICF and the organizers. Fit for Future recognizes this and is the starting point for a new strategy that will ensure we optimize every area of event delivery, whilst maximizing the benefits world-class events provide. We commit to establishing a working group to analyze the calendar of events and make recommendations for optimization. To adapt the Olympic Games qualification process to ensure that continental games can be selected as Olympic qualification events for Los Angeles 2028 and beyond. Thank you, Martin. I spoke too much. Shoki Narita uses to say that I speak too much, and I think he's right. I have one. This is a team, a nice team. You see water, some candies for my throat. Excuse me, dear friends. I used to cough a lot. Back to our business. We have to adapt the Olympic Games qualification process to ensure that continental games can be selected as Olympic qualification events for Los Angeles 2028 and beyond. To review and strengthen the bidding and allocation process for events to ensure full continental representation. To streamline services providers to ensure a consistent experience for all elite paddle sports. To develop compelling virtual competitions. To deliver a strategy for multi-sport games for non-Olympic and Paralympic disciplines. And to develop guidelines to ensure best practice in event optimization across all ICF events. Point number 8 refers to the action of generate revenue, and you were part of one of our activities on the first day regarding generation of revenue. So we are all on the theme already. It specifically targets commercial strategy and aims to drive investment into our sport through partnership. We aim to significantly change our approach to broadcast to reach wider audiences. We will increase our focus on new distribution and ensure flexibility in production to adapt to broadcaster needs. We will consolidate our media distribution plan and ownership to ensure that content is accountable. We will invest in a digital asset management system to facilitate easier content distribution and archiving of footage. We will leverage the journey of our Olympic and Paralympic Games athlete preparation to increase sales of live products. And we will modernize our commercial offerings to create additional revenue stream and licensing opportunities. Summing up, this afternoon we will have a workshop around Fit for Future, and I would like to encourage you to put forward your views and ask questions there. Fit for Future is a starting point From this, we will develop detailed action plans for each of the 8 principles. I look forward to the discussion later, and I hope that now you will join us in supporting the adoption of Fit for Future as a strategic set of principles for our future strategic direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecilia. Once again, thanks for your dedicated hard work. You had countless meetings, calls to prepare this document with all of you, and we want to show with this new approach how we want to continue and update our strategic plan, that we want to do it in a different way, that we want to involve you. And I want to highlight again, this is not the final document, which is our Bible from today, but it's our duty to update this document, to adapt this document on needs of future, and nobody knows what happens tomorrow. We are able to update it if necessary. But now, floor is yours for questions. Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, congratulations on this excellent initiative. I had occasion to intervene before also, yesterday, regarding this same subject. And I have today a copy of the working document of the UN, of the United Nations, which I spoke about. And I would like to leave a copy of that with you all to enhance action. This document is called Fit for Life, and that can marry very well with the Fit for Future program. And it covers physical education and physical activity. It can also bring in the other aspects of gender, inclusion, sustainability, climate action that we are all interested in, and also enhance a global partnership. And will also enhance our networking with the other partners. So to elaborate on that, we will have further time, but this document I would like to leave with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Mr. President, thank you for your comments. We take due note about this, and thank you for sharing your interest on this type of document since yesterday with us. We will certainly go back to you asking for your cooperation, because one of the keys of success, as we mentioned a moment ago, was to work together. So thank you for feeling involved on this.
I think it's just building on that. I think it's a really important and interesting point, because our Fit for Future strategy is really a guideline from the ICF, but it's really important that we look to weave elements of this within the strategies at a national level to ensure that we can work together to achieve the objectives. I'm really looking forward to the conversations later, because I think a lot of those elements will come forward, and I've already had a number of discussions, but that's a really important point, and thank you for raising it.
Thank you, Richard. Any more questions? It's Singapore. Yes, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, it's me again. I want to refer to point 4, develop globally. I'm happy to note that there's no political agenda. However, we have something that's happening in the world, and just yesterday I got this message from G7 for foreign ministers meeting. It is on, and the foreign ministers seek a line policy on Ukraine and China. So you find that what happens is that when we develop globally, we are also affected by politics. And how courageous are we going to be? ICF takes the stand to send out a strong message to the world that sports should not be affected by politics. You see? So this is one big issue on developing it globally, and definitely it is just not Ukraine. When Ukraine surfaced, we looked towards East Asia, and we were looking at China and Taiwan, and we were looking at North Korea, Japan, Korea. So just recently, in fact yesterday, they were firing missiles all over the place. And if we were to discuss Ukraine later, we perhaps need to look at other places too. The world is in turmoil. And I'm not sure, are we going to build a better world? Are we not going to do that? So I hope ICF can look into this fit for the future strategy and work on something that may push sports forward and towards humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hand over to Cecilia.
Thanks for your comment. Yesterday, our president said that we cannot predict the future. The world is presenting an everyday challenge, and throughout sport, we want to make the world better. And we cannot stop with our plans. We have to continue on the best of our knowledge and our possibilities. My suggestion, having worked with the development plan, because you referred to the development, to the point of the Fit for Future regarding development, is to continue having a strategic plan to develop at the grassroots level, incorporate all the activities that we discussed yesterday at the workshops, such as sustainability, gender equity, and so many others, and keep faith that we could be the instruments to make a better and more peaceful world. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? I think I highlighted yesterday that sport has a very special mission, and we have to be very careful not to mix too much sport and politics. Of course, sport is always affected by government's decisions, and it's not easy to find the right balance to make independent decisions as a sport organization. Today it is the war in Ukraine, and I have to admit we had several discussions with countries from Asia, from Africa, who said, you take care now, this situation in Ukraine for good reasons, but you never took care when we had a war in Africa or in Asia. And that's why I want to highlight that sport can bring peace to society, because we sharing the same values, independently in which system we grew up. And that is what we always have to highlight again and again. Sport can help to unite the world and offer the field of play where everyone following the same rules can compete against each other. But the political situation posed a threat, and we must be able to react and adapt our strategy. And I think with document presented today by Cecilia and worked out from all our stakeholders, we have a good guideline in our hands to react on all crises which are maybe coming or hopefully not coming. Any more comments, questions? Singapore again. You can keep the micro at this place. Don't have to take it away. No, we really appreciate your comments.
Thank you. I hope I'm not talking too much. I hope the others can contribute too. Yeah, I refer you to point 6, celebrate emotions. And I hope when we look at this term on emotion, it will not be the negative side of emotions. I would rather say it as celebrate successes. And definitely it will have a very positive impact on using such a term. That's all. Thank you.
So I give the floor to Secretary General who can answer the question.
Thank you. There's success and failure in sport. We have to celebrate everything within our sport. I think it's clear that if we only celebrate success, we're not providing a realistic picture of what sport is about. Sport is about challenge. Sport is about how you strive against adversity. Sport is about how you succeed. And these are really the key things that we need to push forward and celebrate. So I think often when there's negative elements around emotions, sometimes that strives you on to be more successful in the future. An example would be often when an athlete finishes fourth at a World Championships, there's a much higher percentage that they will make the podium the next year round because of that disappointment of not making the podium. So I fundamentally believe that we should celebrate all areas of our sport, and our communication should reflect that.
Thank you, Richard. Any more questions? You know that I'm a marketing guy, and if you want to sell a product, if you want to strengthen a brand, you have to show emotions, you have to celebrate success, and sometimes we are very successful, but we didn't show it to the public, and that it means with this pillar that we have to show more to the public how successful, how emotional, and how great our sport is. That means with this pillar. So any more questions? Singapore, please.
Yeah, totally agree with you on that. I just want to share and highlight 28 gold medalists, Michael Phelps. Yeah, he had depression and he went on to seek professional help and he got through it. That's amazing. And now he has set up a foundation and to help people with depression. So, well, if we have something to do on this line, celebrate emotions, and which will border on things that will affect the athlete's well-being, then we will ensure that it's okay, it's all right. That's what Michael Phelps has been campaigning. Thank you.
Again, thanks, very valuable comment, and I will indicate that we have this afternoon a seminar, a workshop, and we will take notice and we'll take this topic again and can discuss this afternoon. Any more questions regarding our Fit for Future strategy? That's not the case. Then I can hand over to Richard.
I think we have one more question from online. Are we able to connect? There we go.
Our friend, executive member Joao. What time is it in your country? It's in the middle of the night, yes?
Now is 3 a.m.
So we really appreciate your participation here, and we are missing you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, I have not one question, I have one comment. The IOC president let clear message for the Olympic movement. The sport have the power to change the work. in the moment of the COVID-19, the Olympic movement suggests many solutions. We organized the Olympic game in Tokyo, which very success. So I think in our future plan, we need to consider the power of the sport, because it's very important for us to continue in this work. I understand very well the question the delegate from I think from Singapore.
Singapore.
The problem of the problem in the Ukraine, now the problem in Asia, many problems in Africa. I think we need to support the sport because the sport have many solutions. I think which the sport, we have the solution for many of the problems. Okay, I don't know. You have the translation, because it's more better for me to talk in French or in Spanish. You have the translation? No. Hello?
Yeah. We have translation, Joao, but I think we are not well prepared to use that because we don't have headphones at the moment.
I do not have the phone.
Maybe you can continue speak in French and maybe you can translate it. So nobody has headphones. Oh yes. Okay, you can continue in French.
So bon, moi je pense que le président, je vais répéter après, le président de CIO a laissé les messages pour tous les mouvements olympiques, tous les mouvements sportifs, que le sport doit jouer les rôles très importants pour aider à arrêter un peu les conflits. Par exemple, aujourd'hui, le problème entre la Russie et l'Ukraine, les athlètes, ils ne sont pas les coupables. Mais, de toute façon, on a interdit des athlètes de participer aux compétitions à cause de la guerre de politique. Parce qu'on ne peut pas continuer avec ça, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on n'a pas un athlète russie, par exemple, qui va dire à Poutine, ne fais pas la guerre. Et nous, on ne peut pas, on n'a pas le droit de dire aux athlètes de ne pas participer aux compétitions. Et si nous sommes en train de travailler pour le futur, maintenant, on doit aussi prévoir qu'on va avoir beaucoup de conflits en Afrique, en Asie, partout. Et je pense que l'exemple d'Ukraine et la Russie, on doit le prendre pour l'avenir du sport et l'avenir de la canoë. Parce que pour la participation des athlètes, si nous avons des conflits, ça va arrêter beaucoup la participation du développement du sport, la participation des athlètes aux compétitions. Il faut faire beaucoup d'attention. L'autre chose, je voulais poser une question à Brigitte, mais je n'ai pas eu la possibilité, mais je peux le faire maintenant. C'est dire, qu'est-ce que nous, les canoës, la famille du sport de canoë, on peut faire pour les athlètes qui sont à la fin de carrière? C'est vrai qu'on va penser pour le développement de futur, de l'avenir, mais aussi les athlètes comme elle. Par exemple, elle, Brigitte, elle va terminer sa carrière. Qu'est-ce qu'on va faire avec ces athlètes? Merci beaucoup.
So, thank you, Joao. You highlighted some very important points, and again, sports and the Olympic movement cannot prevent war and conflicts, but we can set examples as one of the few parts of the whole society where everyone respects the same rules and staying in a friendly competition with each other independently from which country he's coming. And this is very important. I think sometimes, and thanks for this reminder, Joao, we underestimate the role and the power of sport. And it's our duty as officials to show also to politics and government how important sport is for a healthy society and for cooperation between countries. So you highlighted another question which I want to pass to Bridget. I don't know if you had a translation. He asked what we can do as ICF, as sport, to help athletes after they finish their career, and can we present some role models?
So I think it's a really good question that he did ask, and I did highlight a few of these in my speech when I spoke about the Athlete 365 program, because it really is a positive movement which is available to every single athlete across the whole world. It's just about subscribing to their newsletter, and there's so many exciting things available for athletes to help guide them move on from being a full-time athlete towards building a career. And I think that for me, he did speak about what's going to happen to me when I retire, and I think I've already stepped into a position as the ICF chair, so I think I've started that transition already, and hopefully other athletes can see that there are opportunities after being an athlete, but it also takes federations to guide the athletes as well, not only the ICF.
Thank you, Richard, and I think Joao's contribution was a good reminder to send greetings from here to all those federations who follow us online, sometimes in the middle of the night. Any more questions from the floor here or from our online participating federations regarding Fit for Future? That's not the case, then I can move to Richard to ask for approval.
So yeah, we need now to vote on hopefully the approval of Fit for Future. So the vote question is, do you approve the proposed ICF strategy Fit for Future? I'll now open the votes. Okay, we can now close the votes. Thank you. Okay, so another...
Wow, unanimously. Congratulations to all of us. And this decision will send a very strong signal in the world of sports, in the Olympic movements, that we are able to shape together, united, the future of sport, and that can sport make the world, as our president said it, to a better place, and that canoeing can contribute and will contribute. Thanks again to everyone who has helped to create this document. Now we can move to the next agenda point. This is budget, and I hand over to our Secretary General.
Our Treasurer will just give some opening remarks on the budget, and then I will run through some of the details.
Good morning. After emotion, after the Europe program, Fit for Future, we fall down in arid material, the number. Yesterday, I show you the global financial situation, the negative effects on the activity, but today we enter more in the details of our activity. And I can guarantee you that we can look with the serenity for our activity in the next 2 years. This thanks to IOC contribute, but also to the prudential and conservative activity of our management for financial situation. We use always the prudent and conservative choose together our friends of Vontobel Bank, our investment in short term, and we received in the past a good profit. We have today 16,000 euro of reserve. For this, we can guarantee all the activity for the next 2 years. And still keeping a sufficient reserve to wait for the next IOC contribution. To this, never as now is it very, very important to work together. Indeed, the Financial Commission continues to work. We have the excellent president. Where is president? Okay. It's never stay in the office. He go around. He give our efficiency system, energy, and enthusiasm to hold the team. As is sure that Richard's professionalism will be essential to ensure carefully management of our budget and, of course, his staff, because it's not easy to work for all the activity and support the board. And me that have a sufficient and good relationship with bank. For this, the Commission, the Financial Commission, go on the same way, prudent and conservative. But I would like, above all, to thank all the members of the board. For the first time, all of them gave a lot of contribute. For the first time in the last month, we have 3 meetings to prepare the budget, and all of us gave a very important contribute. And it's important because the budget that we will go to approve respect the activity that show all the members of the board. Technical chair, Continental Association, develop, athletes, and especially the full on the activity of the whole national team and the whole continental activity. But the next budget, we propose you that will be indicative budget, because we must be able to change if arrive some other negative effective, and we avoid risk and maintain our strategy to guarantee to cover all the activity. And after this global vision guideline of our activity, I would like very happy to pass the word to the General Secretary that enter in the number and in the details of the number, and of course, out of this, we are able to answer any questions. Thank you.
So, but I think we should use this opportunity to thank our treasurer for his time he dedicated to his job, and so it's like leading a company with our budget, and he's tirelessly to check that we staying in the frame of our budget position, and is working closely with banks to make sure that our investment is not in danger and successful as possible. That's a huge job you are doing. Thank you, Luciano. And now back to Secretary General.
Yeah, thank you, Luciano. Thank you, President. Just one minor point. It was 16 million rather than 16,000 referenced there. I think it was just a translation issue, so just for clarity. We now wish to go to, we can do questions at the end, Singapore. It's fine. Thank you. We now wish to go to a quick video from our partner at the International Testing Agency. Because we wanted to highlight, this is a significant line in our budget, but we wanted to highlight the good work that they do. So we asked Benjamin Cohen, who's the Director General, to provide us just an overview of their services to add clarity as to why we need to move to them and to ensure that we can protect clean sport. So can we just play that video, please?
Hello everyone, my name is Benjamin Cohen and I'm the Director General of the International Testing Agency. In 2018, the International Olympic Committee established, with the support of the World Anti-Doping Agency, the ITA, as a not-for-profit international organization to manage anti-doping activities for international sport federations and major event organizers. Today, the ITA delivers clean sport activities for more than 50 international sport organizations. The large majority of Summer Olympic sports have already delegated their anti-doping programs to the ITA, thereby benefiting from the centralized expertise and synergies that ITA can offer. Doping knows no borders and does not distinguish between countries or sports. It is therefore essential to tackle it with experts whose only job is to protect the integrity of sport and the health of our athletes, while you, the ICF community, can focus your efforts on developing the beautiful sport of canoe and the paddling disciplines. By partnering with the ITA, the ICF will show its determination to sports integrity and will join the IOC and many other Olympic federations who have united their efforts behind clean sport. My team and I commit to working tirelessly to protect the ICF, your athletes and national member federations. We will do it at the next Olympic Games in Paris and look forward to doing so every single day of the year for your sport. I would like to wish you all a very fruitful Congress, and I hope to see you in person very soon. Thank you.
Okay. So there we can see the importance of an independent testing agency. I just wanted to raise that ahead of going through the lines on the budget. So I hope you've all got and looked at a copy of the budget, but I just wanted to run through a few of the key principles. We looked at how we could optimize and reallocate the budget based on some of our strategic priorities. We also wanted to do a full assessment of the previous years, the historical budget, to make sure that what we were looking to move forward with was realistic based on previous investments and previous budget lines and spending. And finally, we wanted to really focus in on those, on the strategic elements of Fit for Future, to really understand, okay, how can we start to redistribute our budget to make sure that we can align with those priorities that we've just agreed. A few of these elements that we looked at for the optimization was a 25% reduction in the President and Exco activities as far as travel and expenses are concerned. Through COVID, we have learned that we are able to operate in a much more online business. We're able to operate more efficiently and effectively online to eliminate travel, and this is reflected in a reduction in costs across those activities. We've also looked to readdress and decrease the costs of Congress by gained efficiencies with a number of different areas where we want to reduce costs. We have looked at reducing costs within the headquarters, as well as also gaining some revenue within the headquarters. So we now look to rent out a couple of the offices and create a more flexible space within the headquarters so that we can reduce the overheads of the headquarters. In addition, we've looked to lower the cost around our financial advice, because as a part of Fit for Future, we will do a full review of how we can deliver our financial services and look at how we can optimize that through online automation and deliveries. This, we know, will create a significant reduction in our financial advice costs. And we've also looked at how we can optimize our legal representation. Here we've had some fairly high costs over the last few years, but we fundamentally believe that with the points that we've corrected and the clarity that we've made around areas where we have been challenged in the past, that we will be able to reduce those fees. In addition, we've looked to make a slight decrease in some of the event-related costs, and some savings in by internalizing the TV distribution. Perhaps later on we can talk a little bit more about the TV distribution strategy around our Fit for Future discussion. But essentially what we're looking to do is reduce some of the costs that we faced through paying for Eurosport and redistribute that within the TV distribution, a professional member of staff with TV distribution expertise, so that we can centralize that cost and increase the efficiencies. We've put some other minor savings in our IT fees and websites, and a slight decrease in special projects with a reallocation of that into our Fit for Future budget. We've looked to align the TV production costs, and we'll evaluate the contractual agreements to ensure that we can be more efficient and more effective with our TV production. And we continue to look at ways to challenge that model and enhance the efficiencies and effectiveness of the way we communicate within the clear framework that we have on the budget line. We have some reflected an increase in the social costs with the staff at the headquarters, but this is just due to the reflection of the actual figure versus what had been budgeted in the past. So this is not really an increase, it's just a true reflection of where we are. As you see with the ITA, we're looking at increasing investment in maintaining the fairness, fair competition and clean sport. This is really a key area for us, and obviously protecting the integrity of our sport is fundamental to how we drive our business forward. In addition, we look to invest in our digital asset management system. The reason is quite simple, is we have hundreds of hours of footage sat in Geneva on hard drives of all the investment we've made over the previous years regarding the competitions and events. And what we would like to do is make sure that all of that becomes digitally available, and ensure that we can search and sell that content quickly and easily to broadcasters. Through this digital asset management system, we also know that we'll be able to increase the quality of our distribution of content through news services, etc. We look to further enhance our digital development in social media promotion, fundamentally a key area to grow our sport, and that popped up in a number of the discussions we've had in the workshop. And then a clear area and a statement of intent is to ensure that we invest in regional development managers in Africa, Asia and the Americas to drive forward the development of our sport, particularly across those continents. Key focus areas for us that I can highlight are diversity and inclusion, where we have increased the budget. Sustainability is clear. We've had a lot of discussions around that over the last days, and it's really fundamentally a key priority of us as a sport moving forward. We want to increase the level of investment in campaigns, and we had some discussions around the last few days around how these global campaigns can also reflect well for our membership and also be able to be distributed by you through our toolkits, etc., that we will create as part of this budget. In addition, a clear priority for us is to really enhance our investment in the new exciting world of virtual events. And one of our drives here will be to increase and become part of the Olympic Virtual Series. And this is a really exciting opportunity. We have our first competition December the 17th. And here we will start to see the evolution of canoeing in virtual events. Finally, we know that we need to serve our members, we need to serve our athletes, our ITOs, everyone in the organisation better on a more personalised level and in a clearer and more efficient manner. And this is really where we see an investment in a CRM system. So this is just some quick highlights of where we're looking to prioritise our budgets, and we're happy and open to any questions.
Thank you, Richard. If there are any questions, please cite the budget position you are referring to that we can answer properly. So, Singapore.
Thanks for another opportunity to answer and comment on the budget. Yeah, it is tough to understand numbers, and I must say that the budget was very good forward budget, and we have to really thank our treasurer to have put up such a huge budget for the federation and for the ICF. Yeah. Firstly, if you look at the revenue and the budget deficit, it is 976,100. I think you have some of this funding for this deficit. Secondly, we also need to look at inflation risk. There's now very high inflation, and the costs and expenses are shooting up because of the supply chain and because of the war. So will we be bursting the budget? Is there any formula that you use to make sure there's a safety net on this? Thirdly, I see on the first part of that revenue, membership fees. I hope ICF do not increase the membership fees to cover for the budget. Thank you.
Maybe I can start to answer your last question first. There was no discussion to increase the membership fee, but you raised an important issue. We are agreed that we have to generate more revenues. No, I'm kidding. I want to say some general things. If you going more in detail in this budget, you can see, as our Secretary General said, that we are forced to invest in several areas. Areas which are not only important for us as federations, which are important for our place in the Olympic movement. Digital activities, anti-doping fight. This forced us to provide more money as in the past. And we have to consider this as an investment in our future. And of course, you mentioned revenues. Everything is linked with increasing of our revenues. And I said yesterday in my speech that we are one of the worst, I think the worst federation regarding the ratio of IOC grants and additional different revenues. And we are focused to generate more revenues, not from our national federation, but to use our very strong brand to generate revenues. That makes a mindset in our office and also among our colleagues necessary, and we discussed this during the last months and we made already a lot of progress. We are investing now with this budget, but we have to present to you results with increasing revenues in 2024 to the next Congress. I'm very confident that we can do that. That's why I can only ask you for your support for this budget. India.
Thank you. I would like to just put the future is the TRP. Every game, or like when you go with the Olympics or any games, the TRP, the visuals of the televisions and the rights of the televisions where people are seeing. So what I feel is, as kayak and canoe both and slalom are very, everybody knows in European countries, and they are like first game for them. So I request ICF we should move and see towards, with the leadership of our president, towards the Asian countries, where the TRPs, like, because next future is TRP. When you go with Olympics, they just go with the TRP. If your game's TRP is good, then you are in, and if it is not, then you are out of the games, or you excuse you with the numbers of athletes in Olympics. So it's a request that some countries in European, some Asian countries or African countries where numbers are high, or we can plan off with those countries and put a focus with the digital marketing, with making it spread worldwide, so that, you know, to that continent-wise, so that we can get new visual clients. I think so. I've put my point. The other thing is, after the event, the ICF gives a bill that is not included in the bulletin. That is what is the official cost comes for technical officials or operating and all. So we in a country, it's like we are government based. So if that cost come in bulletin, the government covers it, and it is easy to get that cost. So it is advised, if it is possible, okay, that cost can become in bulletin as well. So in the head of ICF, so that we can claim with the government, because it's come to use like $1,000, $2,000 comes on for a country like us, our numbers are more. So 2 points for me.
Thank you. I hope I got your first part of your question more or less good, and I will answer that. You are right. We have reached a level with attention with our sport in Europe, and we cannot increase that anymore. So I said clearly yesterday that our focus lies on Asia, America, Africa, and we have to invest to make our sport more visible, to get more attention, to generate revenues, and to help you to make your athletes better, that one day athletes from India, for example, can compete within the Olympic Games. If we achieve that, then we will increase our popularity. There's only one example from Tokyo. We had one athlete from Korea, South Korea, who competed with, I don't know, he reached a semi-final, not more, but we could increase our audience in Asia because many people in Korea watched this one athlete. And if we can achieve that with an Indian athlete, we will increase our audience significantly. That's why this strategy is reflected in our budget, and that's why we want to invest in continental managers which should help our African Asian federations to achieve these goals in a close cooperation between Asian, African, American Continental Association, Federation, but under the leadership and under control of ICF. So I think this answer already your first question, that we are on the same page, that we want to develop our sport, especially in those three continents, without neglecting our already successful continents, Oceania and Europe. But if we want to grow, this is the area we have to catch. So can someone answer the second part of the question? Did you got it, Richard?
I think I got it, but it was more to do with the way that we create our documentation to help you leverage funds. Is that what I understand? And if that's the case, maybe we can talk on an individual level regarding that.
Prashant, maybe you can talk on individual level about this with Richard later? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Prashant. Miro. You have to wait for a mic.
Yeah, in addition to it, one more suggestion, if we can do some international events like a world championship, or like, which is from a long it is in European countries, that can be, which is very hard because, you know, we don't have that much infrastructure in this part of world. But that will catch more eyes. It's all together, because you were there in India last time. It's like thousands or 10,000 people were there seeing the dragon boat in a small place. So that can be an option. If some big events can be fetched out from European countries and given to Asian countries or African or this type of country, where we can see and create an environment of the same in the country. I know it's quite hard because we don't have that much big infrastructure, but if you, with your vision and in your presidency, we can see it. Maybe it would be a good solution for it.
Again, you have made a very important point, and if you follow awarding of events during the last 3 or 4 years, you can realize that we already adapted our strategy, that we had a very successful World Championship in Canada this year, that we 2018 or 19 awarded a lot of events to China. Unfortunately, because of COVID, they had to give something back, but we will have a Polo World Championship next year in China. We will have another World Championship, I think it's Junior Under 23 in China. And just on the beginning of this year, we awarded 5 or 6 World Cups, World Championships to America, USA, to cover the very important US market. And of course, we are doing everything to help federations from Asia, from America, who are able and want to apply for international competitions. So just send us a sign and we will help you to prepare proper bids, because this is also linked with our strategy. We will not cover and catch all these markets if we cannot organize that Asian, American, African continent, big important competitions. Miro, you got a mic?
Just coming.
So back to the budget. Thank you, Richard, for this presentation. But can you please give us the comparison, a very general comparison to the previous period?
So expenses are, maybe I take over because Richard, myself, we work together with Luciano, but because of absence of Secretary General, I'm a little bit deeper in budget. So we are spending 1.5 million more as in previous 2 years term, but we have savings from around 450,000 euro in several budget positions, and at the same time we increased our revenues or we try to increase our revenues. And we have a total amount more for 2 years from around 800,000 euro. This consists on 3 major investments. We have to triple budget for anti-doping activities because we transfer everything to ITA. That has a significant impact. Then we want to spend 180,000 euro per year if you agree to establish this continental managers, 60,000 for each of the continents. And there is an increase in, let me say it, digital activities. So we took over with 5.7 million reserves. It's at the moment a little bit unpredictable to say how our investment will develop, but if there is no more lost in our investment, we will finish 2024 with around 6.5 to 7 million in reserves.
Okay.
Sri Lanka and
Ireland.
Thank you.
Ireland, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we look at the increasing revenue, we are wondering whether we should also focus on some of the non-Olympic accredited sports like dragon boating, ocean kayaking. There are a lot of viewership in the Asias and so on, especially China, India with massive populations. There are festivals being organized like Dragon Boat Festivals. It's tourism oriented and it's fun and it's something that can attract more into canoeing eventually because it's still a water sport. Therefore, I would like to suggest that we enhance the synergies between the dragon boating federations and the ICF because I don't know how closely we are working together, if that could be a possibility, because therein lies the windows of opportunities to try and get more viewership, attract more people to the water sports in general. Thank you.
Thank you. I would propose to collect questions and then answer in a block. Ireland.
Thank you. 88% of the revenue next year is from the IOC grant. Is there a risk to the changes in the levels? It was 68,000 in 2020, 12.9 million in 21. It's 1.2 million in 22 so far. What is the driver for the IOC grants, and is there a chance that they may pull those from us?
Any more questions? So then I can start to answer the last one. So we are getting, after the games, in one portion, maybe 3 different transfers, all the money for a 3 or 4 years period. In this case, we can use the money for a 3 years period. That's why we hopefully will finish end of this cycle with more revenues as we had in the past, because we can use the money for 3 years, which we had to use in the past for 4 years. It's exactly the same amount we got for after Tokyo as we got after Rio. So there's no increasing in revenues from IOC, but I think it's really a good result after all this additional expenses related with games in Tokyo without any spectators. So additional, we can apply for funds from the IOC, and we are doing that in a more regular way as in the past, and we could already benefit from additional IOC revenues, but that's what we have to use for special project. That's a little bit out of our budget. I don't think that we can expect until 2024 still additional grants from IOC. So we have to live with the income we got after Tokyo Games. And it's always a battle between international federations to get more from IOC, and even there nobody knows what the future will bring with inflation. And so we should be very conservative with our budget and our approach, and we should, you mentioned 85% is the percentage. It's more. I didn't count it exactly, but I think it's more. It's between 90 and 95, depending if we can reach the revenues we want to generate. So the strategy must be to become less independently from IOC revenues. And this is linked with that what the president from Sri Lanka said. So we have no competition who is a budget model. Each of our international competitions, World Cups, World Championships, need subsidized from sponsors and cannot be financed from itself. That's why it's very important that you highlight that there are some events in our Canoe community which can generate revenues, money, income for a federation or organizer. And so we made first steps together in our cooperation with China to generate revenues when we awarded some dragon boat competitions, World Cups to Chinese cities. We asked for a higher hosting fee as we are doing that for a sprint or slalom event. And finally, our Vice President, Dr. Liu, could achieve agreements, and we could generate already more revenues as hosting fees from Chinese organizers of truck and boat events. And we want to continue on this way. You remember that 4 years ago, the Congress decided that we can organize sub-events on an individual base. We don't need any longer only a federation to enter athletes, so that open a lot of space to attract many athletes as possible, and of course that makes organizing such a competition more interesting for organizers. And this is a way how we can generate in the future maybe more revenues from our events. But at the moment, all our events need subsidies from governments, authorities or sponsors. Did this answer your question and your question? Okay. India.
One more request to Mr. President that in Asian continents, Dragon Boat Federation is also active. It's not with ICF. Last time in Asian Games, with the help of our Indonesian partner, Mr. Budiman, we were managed, and you and Mr. Narita put the effort, and we managed to get the event through ICF. But this Asian Games and Beach Games, both Dragon Boat is not, they are not taking ICF inside it. So this is again a problem. We have around 2,000 athletes in India, and I think so same in China, Indonesia, everywhere for the Dragon Boat. But it has been given to IDBFI, that is Dragon Boat Parallel Federation of us, which is not supported by ICF. So but they don't have in International Olympic, they are not affiliated with. But being Asian, the president is from China, so they have got managed and got affiliated here. So it's a request from ICF or president, and so that they can talk to the president, Mr. Thomas Bach, and get a clear lining, because this is getting, we are in, at least in India, Sri Lanka, China, ICF Dragon Boat is comparatively dying. So because of these two events, because we are, again, I will say we all are government based. So what, if IDBFI is clear, they are organizing, so their federations are allowed to send the athletes. But we are not allowed right now in Asian Games and Beach Games. So it's a request if you can ask the International Olympic Association or wherever you feel like, and help in clearing this big event at the Asian part, basically Dragon Boat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. As our treasurer is always saying, a budget reflects a political strategy, and that's why budget discussions are always linked with political discussions. I would take this comment, and I think it's better to discuss this tomorrow. It is important, and I will give you an answer, but it not fits exactly in the budget decision. You will get an answer tomorrow on the end when we have an open session for questions and answers. Any more questions related to the budget? That's not the case. And then I can hand over to our Secretary General for votings.
So we will simply vote on, do you approve the proposed 2023 to 2024 ICF budget? Can you please open the vote? Okay. All votes are now collected. We close the vote, please.
So thanks for your trust. 61 voted in favor, 2 voted with no, and 2 delegates abstained to confirm the budget. Therefore, budget is confirmed. Thanks in your trust. And now I can call to a break until 20 past 11, 25 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Ruiz. Are you still there?
Yeah, hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Just test.
Test. Okay. Excuse me, attention please. May I inform about the member, about the country on below on name list? United States of America, Iceland, Canada, and Australia, and Sweden, and Mongolia, and Ghana, and Great Britain. Please contact in front of this meeting room. The member from Great Britain, Ghana, Sweden, Mongolia, Australia, Canada, Iceland, United States of America, please contact in front of the meeting room at our staff in front of meeting room. Yeah, contact for Miss, the woman there. Yeah. You from?
Is it possible to have, I'm on the executive board, is it possible to have this room warmer? It's very, very cold in here.
Yeah, we say to staff, it's already cold for 2 air conditions already. Maybe going up a bit. We need to wait, and for now it's just 1 air conditioning is open.
Can it just be turned off? 'Cause it's uncomfortably cold.
Yeah. I will tell them again.
Thank you.
Because right now they all closed already for 2 air conditioning.
So maybe we just have none for a while.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
มีค่ะ
ขอมองโกเลียเดี๋ยว
มายังคะ
มาแล้วค่ะ พี่ขอมองโกเลียออกมา
อันนี้ค่ะ
ออกมา
The member from country United States, Ireland, Australia, Sweden, Ghana, Great Britain, please contact in front of the meeting room. Please contact our staff in front of the meeting room. The member from Great Britain, Ghana, Sweden, Australia, Iceland, and United States of America, please contact our staff in front of the meeting room. I will try.
I think you can do it again when they're in.
Before meeting, right?
I don't know who is giving the start. You are giving.
มิสเขาไม่ได้ยินมิสเขาเมื่อกี้จะให้
เขาบอกว่าปิดแล้ว2 ตัวที่เมื่อกี้ที่ช่างบอกเขาบอกจะให้ปิดเลยเขาบอกจะให้ปิดมิสผู้หญิงอ่ะที่เดินมาคุยกับหนูเมื่อกี้สวยๆแกเป็น which your country?
They picked us up at the airport. So there's 3 of us going from here back to Bangkok. Sorry? Oh, we pay for transportation? Yes, I believe so. I think we have to because we're outside of the time frame. Oh, okay. No, this is to get the airplane.
Where are you from?
Azerbaijan. What is this?
It's about pay the budget, payment for hotel, transportation.
I paid. I make the transfer. It's already done.
Yeah. Somebody like didn't pay yet.
Please take your seats.
Okay, can we start to reconvene, sit down, and so we can start the next parts of the agenda?
So welcome to the second part of the second Congress Day. I give the floor to Richard, who is going through the next agenda points.
Okay, so our next agenda point is the continental reports. I can start with Europe to go through the reports.
No paper, nothing? No.
Mr. President, my dear friend Thomas, delegates, I'm just here to report on what Europe has been doing in the last 12 months, which isn't a great deal. But I hope you've all read the report and are suitably excited by it. Anyway, in addition to the report, I'd just like to highlight on a few issues to explain how good it is to be part of a multi-sport environment. For instance, the European Championships was 9 sports working together in Munich after 50 years of the Olympics in Munich, 1972. And it was great because in addition to what's in the report, We had 2,800 hours of live television coverage for that event in total, which is fantastic. And the generation of television from the canoeing venue and para-canoeing was absolutely fantastic. So it's a positive thing. Just moving on to the European Games, so as opposed to the European Championships, there is a difference. I'd like to say that Baku started the ball rolling in 2015, and they did a fantastic job, and they put a lot of money into it. And now the games are growing exponentially. It's just unbelievable now. In Baku, for instance, athletics only had class 3 athletics, for those of you that know about athletics. And in Krakow, Malopolska, I think I was right, but okay. Krakow, Malopolska, next year, we've got, in athletics, for instance, they have 2,000 athletes and all 3 categories of their championships. It's going to be great. And we have a huge number of sports in excess of 20, and it's going to be a great success. But it all started with the alpha as opposed to the omega of Baku in Azerbaijan. So I wish to thank you for that. So things are moving exponentially there. And also, you'll be pleased to know that the board of directors have approved that the canoe slalom, which has been in for the first time, will form part of the Olympic selections subject to legal checks, etc., which is good news. Sprint, unfortunately, is not going to be part of Olympic selection for the simple reason that they don't have a 1,000-meter course. It's only 500, so clearly we can't do that. But without the support of the European Olympic Committee and the help with the board and the funding has dramatically increased. For canoeing, we've got 550 athletes approximately, and without the Olympic tie to it, we would lose all the accommodation costs for 550 athletes. So thank God it's worked out in the right direction. Anyway, that's all I wish to say, and I like to be positive about things. And thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be only too pleased to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Albert. As a point of reference, I think all the reports are online, so please make sure you review those. I'll just hand over to Mari, who wanted to have a few comments.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning. The Oceania report is available online, and I hope you've taken the opportunity to look at that. COVID for Oceania, I suppose, like everywhere, has been particularly challenging. Every single one of our national federations had border closures for, long durations, and only in the last few months has that started to open up, and our athletes and officials be able to travel around Oceania and of course globally. So we're very much looking forward to 2023, where hopefully participation will return to normal. We have a full suite of Oceania championships in the calendar already for 2023, and we have a particular focus around the Pacific Games, which will be the first time kayaking is on the program for that multi-sport event, which is particularly important for our national federations in our continent. So happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the floor? Oh, okay. We are ready now to go to Victor, who is online from the Americas. Hopefully. There we go. Welcome, Victor.
Hello, good morning, Mr. President, board members and delegates. The report for America is on the documentation provided for the Congress, but I just want to highlight basically 4 points. The first one, in 2021, after the pandemic, our sport was represented in the first Pan American game for young athletes, and it was for our athlete was an important event, and our sport was represented there. This year, even though that we are releasing the pandemic, we celebrate in May the Slalom Pan American Championship in Oklahoma City in the US, and I appreciate all the support for the US Federation. In terms of sprint, we did the event in Dartmouth, Canada, and I appreciate that support too from the Canadian Federation. In addition to the sprint, we do the Canoe event too. That was 3 milestones that we needed and we put in our plan for this year. The third point that I just want to highlight is we are working together with the Organization Committee of Santiago 2023. That will be the next Pan American game at the end of next year. So far, everything is moving as a schedule for a slalom and for a sprint. And the last point, we are helping or working with the regional games. Recently, we did a seminar for NTO for the Dominican Republic. That will be the next place that will celebrate the Central American Caribbean Games for the sprint. And this weekend, we will do the same for the sprint for Santiago 2023. And the coming 3 weeks will be the NTO seminar for the slalom. That basically are the 4 highlights that I just want to present to the delegate. If someone have any question, more than welcome to answer.
Any questions from the floor or online?
Maybe you allow me to congratulate Victor and the whole leadership team of COPAC for incredible work. I've been in Chile for Pan Am Sports meeting, and it was good to learn how the leadership appreciate efforts of our canoe community in America, on the American continent, and congratulations especially for progress in preparation of COPAC Games, Pan Am Games next year. So I think in the meantime you have solved the problem with slalom, and we can looking forward to exciting Pan Am Games in both of our Olympic disciplines, and this is a success which we owe to Victor's and his team's hard work. Thank you, Victor, again.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, with the transition in leadership at the Asian continent, we won't have a direct report, but we are looking hopefully to connect Joel. I know he's having a few issues technically at his end, but hopefully we can reconnect him now to give his report from Africa. This will allow you time to put your headsets on if you don't speak French.
Hello?
There we go. Welcome, Joel.
Hello?
We can hear you loud and clear.
It's okay now?
Yes, please.
Okay, you have they have the translation, no translation in English?
Translations in the room. Everyone that needs a headset has got a headset, so you're more than welcome to continue in French.
Huh?
You're more than welcome to continue in French.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour le continent africain. Pendant cette année, nous avons eu des réunions. On a participé au Ghana en diverses réunions pour l'inclusion de Canoe au programme. Et nous voulons profiter de la possibilité du Jeu de Ghana pour faire notre qualification olympique, mais ça va être un peu difficile parce que, en principe, le Jeu de Ghana, c'est là reporté pour l'année 2024. On a fait beaucoup de réunions. Bon, nous sommes aussi un peu préoccupés à cause de la crise, de la pandémie. Et beaucoup de pays ne veulent pas organiser des compétitions, mais nous sommes en train de voir quelles sont les possibilités d'organiser ces compétitions. Nous sommes en contact avec divers pays, l'Égypte, la Tunisie, le Maroc, le Kenya, pour voir quelle est la possibilité d'organiser l'année prochaine les championnats d'Afrique qualificatifs pour les Jeux Olympiques Paris 2024. Nous aussi, on a fait une visite accompagnée du président de la Fédération internationale, M. Thomas, en Algérie. Et c'était bien passé cette visite. Et l'intention, c'est de créer en Afrique un mouvement de la pratique des canoës au niveau de tous les centres Olympe Africa, parce que nous avons en Afrique plus de 48 centres Olympe Africa. On veut la possibilité avec les partenariats de la Canoe, l'Association des comités nationaux olympiques d'Afrique, de mettre des petites conditions à ces centres pour permettre la pratique des canoës. Nous aussi, nous sommes en train de travailler. Je pense qu'après même le congrès, une délégation de la CAC et de l'ICF doit partir en Algérie pour voir les conditions pour créer un centre de développement de canoës en Afrique, les premiers. Et pour dire aussi que nous avons travaillé sur les plans stratégiques de l'Afrique pour les canoës. C'est un plan un peu ambitieux et nous sommes en train de travailler avec les partenaires pour voir, entre l'ICF, pour voir comment financer ce plan de développement des canoës au niveau de notre continent. Bon, en principe, je pense que ça, c'est les 4 ou 5 lignes fondamentales de notre rapport. Il est en ligne. Si vous avez des questions, je suis disponible pour répondre à toutes les autres questions. Merci et bonne continuation.
Merci beaucoup.
Even here, if you allow, Secretary General, I want to make some comments, and I remember very well the great atmosphere in Algeria as in other African countries which I could visit, and I think it's a great step forward to sign as ICF together with African National Olympic Committee and Joao as president this MOU between ANOC and ICF. In this way, we can enhance the performance of African athletes, and step by step, together with Joao's support, we are going forward. He mentioned that the Minister of Sports promised investment in a high-performance center in Algeria, and there are a lot of small steps we want to go, but in summary, it will help. We agreed with some of our producers that we want to help to enable local manufacturers which are working already with plastics to extend their production line and to produce sprint boats, of course, on a grassroots level, but good enough for our beginners, and to avoid in the future to transport boats from Europe, very expensive boats to Africa. The equipment problem is one of the biggest, and we are tackling this problem with our cooperation. And thanks for efforts of CAC and the ongoing support for all these activities from Joao himself.
Okay, great to see such good activity across all our continents. Are there any further questions? If not, we'll move to the next point on the agenda, which is discipline chair reports. We will start with Dragon Boat and Dr. Luke.
Yes, thank you. Any slide? Good morning, delegates. Before I'm going to deliver my report, which is already sold in their website, I wish to thank the Japan Canoe Federation for a live Dragon Ball sport presentation during the CSP events in the Tokyo 2020. The balls were in. You have the slide yet? The balls are provided by Chinese Canoe associations. But accurate, these are the balls used in the Olympic sports presentation here. And I also wish to thank the Czech Canoe Union for taking up the 2020 ICF Dragon Ball World Championships, which originally awarded to Ukraine. And of course, the ICF staff and my colleagues in the committees who provided remarkable contributions to run the championships. For venue inspections, unfortunately, due to the economic situations, it's very difficult for traveling. So I got an excuse for not going to inspect the venue because the same venue we used it in the COVID in the championships. It's the same one we held the Cup Crew Championships in 2015. So that I have an excuse of not going there. And for meetings, you may find in my reports, there's a long list of meetings. I think it's more than the usual practice, but most of them are organized online. And I think most of us has learned it much more. They're using network communication style. So that is some sort of IT arrangements. And then, next slide, please. But actually, since the last Congress, actually the committee has committed 4 major tasks. The first one is that because the Ukraine returned the hosting right to ICF, so we have to start to look for the lead white light. Thanks to the Czech Canoe federations, so they respond very fast to take up the 2020 Dragon Ball Worlds to be held in September 1st to 4th, so that we are able to conduct the World Championships with 15 countries. I think this is the first time that we have 5 nations from Asia, so that thanks to the Asian Confederation for the coordinations, that we have the most number of teams this time in our championships. And on the technical specification areas, the Dragon Ball commissions satisfied with our 2022 Dragon Ball rules. And we did not receive any changes proposal from federations. So what we did is only added a technical specification sheet of Dragon Ball to be included into the 2022 book, the rule books. And actually, as concerned by most, especially about our Indian, you just raised the questions that the connections between ICF and ITBF, actually, with the support and coordination I have from the President Thomas, we have been trying very hard to communicate with the ITBF part, hoping that to have a closer relationship and cooperation with them. We are still waiting for their response. And then, next slide, please. The main points in this report is that the ICF equipped our ICF own rules. That is a way forward. And we will develop operation and manual manuals to make sure that to helping the national federations to develop competitions, started from the national to international or even for the worlds in the futures. And for the ICF Dragon Ball World Championships, there is a list of countries participated in the 3 continents. And for the 2021 World Master Games, Kansai, The latest information is that it will be proposed to 2027, so that there will be 5 events in canoeing. Of course, one of them is Dragon Boat. And the last slide for me is the future events. For example, the latest one should be the Yicheng 2020 Dragon Boat World Cup. But actually, because of the COVID situations, we have negotiated with the Chinese canoe associations. We are trying to propose it to change to the May 2023, but subject to the post-board Congress confirmations. And we will continue with the World Master Games in Kansai in 2027. By iterate, I've established coordination with them for the use of boats already. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if the boats could last until 2027. Maybe new boats will be advised. And promote Dragon Boat World Cup and need more involvements. Because though we have a long list already, future ICF Dragon Boat events starting from 23 to 25. But at rate, we are still looking for more nations to organize Dragon Boat World Cups. You may find on this list, most of the countries, most of the events will be organized in China. So thank you to the Chinese Canoe Association again, starting from 23, 24, and 25. This is a long list. And I would like to also announce one thing, that to encourage more participations. Thanks for the President of World Games. The latest information for me is that in 2025, the World Games will be held in Jingdou, China. So that in these World Games, Dragon Boat will be one of the events organized under the ICF. For teams to participate into these World Games, the 2024 Dragon Boat World Championships in Ningbo, China, will be the qualifications. So I hope that we have more participant countries in this event. On this point, may I invite the President of the World Games to clarify this point for me? Mr. Padarina, please.
Can we have a microphone down to the front, please?
To the stage.
Oh.
Good morning. Well, to clarify, the agreement now with the World Games with the IOC is clear. Only possible competing in the games, the federation recognized by the IOC. ETBF is not recognized by the IOC. This means if the Dragon Boat is in the game, because it's under discussion with the city, it's only possible through the ICF. But obligatory is necessary qualified in 24, because the next games, all the competitors, all the sports, is obligatory in the ranking the best. Is not the federation not decided which invited. No, it's ranking in the World Championships or the World Cup before the World Games. This means if the Dragon Boat is in Chengdu 25, because the 24 in China is qualified in the ICF World Championships. Normally I'm the discussion 12 countries, but this is the situation today.
Thank you. Any questions from before on Dragon Boats? No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Luke. We will now move on to... Oh, we have a question, Sri Lanka. Thank you, Sri Lanka.
Bit late in lifting my hand. The same problem, I think, is there with subs, stand-up paddling, if I'm not mistaken. It's like in the case of dragon boating. What do you reckon we should do with regard to subs as well? I feel that it's all governed through and by the IOC. And as long as the IOC recognition is there for ICF to conduct these disciplines, I think we should stay with that. And we should strongly campaign for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment.
Yes, but I think at this point, I can clarify with you about a situation between the ISF and IDBF in most of the countries. But anyway, we'll keep on coordination with the national organizing committees. We will give the information to them, to telling them that in the future games that we have to go to all the Dragon Boat events. We have to go under the ISF. I think this is the support from them. I think this is all I can do here.
Okay. Are there any more questions specifically for Dragon Boat? No. Okay, so we can move on to Manuela. Please, can you provide your report on Whitewater? Can you just give us a second to get the camera? No problem. A few curveballs. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Dear Thomas, dear friends of canoeing, dear friends of Whitewater. So after my new election in the last year as a chair of the Whitewater Committee, by the way, the first female chair of a ICF committee, I've been working with my new committee members to develop a strategy for how we can better structure our work to keep the focus of our goals. As we had started as the first discipline inside the ICF with our World Championship in France at the beginning of June, the first thing to do was to cover the competition management with the organizers and to establish development program to help overseas nations learning the really technical river there. History was made during the World Championship in France. After the first ever whitewater canoeing World Championship was held on the River Vézère in France in 1959, we could continue with this year's World Championship with the first official World Championship for master events. 20 nations from 4 continents took part in the World Championships. Also, there were 2 Olympians from canoe sprint at the start, and both of them showed their qualities with winning of bronze and gold medals, even if the river was really technical and challenging for them. All the medals went to European countries, whilst the host nation took more than 60% of the medals. Anyway, it was really nice to see all the athletes back on the whitewater after so many competition cancellations after the pandemic. Some other steps we could achieve this year, together with my committee colleagues, we could expand our online webinar series for international technical officials with the result of 16 new ITOs for whitewater canoeing in 2022. And as our boat rules are now more relaxed after the cancellation of the width limit last year, we have now the possibility to include more commercial boats in our events, and this brought us a bigger number of participations on several competitions this year. Together with the support of boat manufacturers, we were able to help overseas athletes with equipment, reducing their traveling costs. We were also be able to benefit from the ICF development budget the first year to cover the costs for coaches for our TIP camp during the World Championship, and thanks to Cecilia and Sebastian to make this happen this year. We could strengthen our internal and external communication and relationships with our athletes, coaches, and their national federations by developing a strategy to build a strong network by using more digital tools. 2 nation meetings were held in the season, and we all together defined our objectives for the future in whitewater canoeing, which are to grow the sport at national, regional, and international level, to increase the number of nations and move from being a largely European sport to one with a true worldwide appeal, to make the rules more open to new race formats and new ideas, and to stay connected with the nature and sustainability. Our main issues for the futures are to find new organizers and venues for ICF wildwater competitions, and to develop the ICF ranking competitions. We would like to improve the quality of wildwater competitions and international events regarding our sports presentation, which is quite important for us. We would like to see closer cooperation with the continental associations and other disciplines regarding the development and support. The goal is to increase the resources for the athletes development program as well as coaches and judges education. Our focus for the athletes development in 2023 will be the C events. So as you know, we still keep C1 and C2 events in our discipline, and we will focus especially for our junior and under 23 events, and of course in both genders. So we will continue with our gender equality. As we have now more flexibility in the rules, we will allow competition in commercial canoes additionally to our events to increase accessibility to extreme waters, target new countries, and reduce transportation costs. Our online services will be soon expanded to include more seminars also for coaches and athletes. And we like to expand the transparency and communication to use more of our digital tools now. As we have still some problems to find new organizers for our main international events, even if the organization of whitewater canoeing competition is simple, we need only a good timing and scoring system. We have only one start, one finish. 4 to 5 judges can do most of the work. Depending on the venue, we need additionally water rescue. And that's it. Nevertheless, the cost for the organizers are not really calculatable at the crisis at the moment, but I think we have a good opportunity to make some easy races. Our competitions are mainly on the river in wild nature. On some locations, we are dependent from the snow melting times, which are changing due to the climate change, or we are struggling with the dryness of the rivers. That means we are not really flexible in finding the dates of our competitions if we have an organizer. Transport costs are really high for our special boats, but we have now opened our rules. We can use commercial boats which are located all over the world, so we are trying to find a solution. And one of the biggest solutions we think in the future can be to combine more whitewater events, more whitewater disciplines, to make it more rentable for the organizer and to bring more people to one competition. As you know, in 2017, 19, and 21, whitewater canoeing was held together with canoe slalom. But we also can imagine combined events with other whitewater disciplines like canoe freestyle or rafting or whitewater extreme canoeing, which is not on the roof of ICF yet. For us, there is no objective to be part of the Olympics, but we want to be one of the most recognized non-Olympic sports. As I mentioned before, whitewater canoeing is the most connected with the nature of all canoeing sports. And you can find all our details of the work in the written report, which you can download from the webpage. But I will show you some impressions of our beautiful disciplines with some emotions made during this World Championship this year. I will have a short video. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? If not, then we'll move to Greg for canoe polo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'm going to try and make this really quick because I want the pictures and a video at the end to try and tell the story more than me speaking to you and boring you to sleep, and we all want some lunch. So firstly, I'd just like to say a few thank yous because some of the people are in the room. We're going to talk about the things we've done in the first year, which are primarily a bit of development and 2 elite competitions. So thank you to Egypt for starting canoe polo. We gave some donation of equipment before COVID, and at last, with the travel easing, we were able to go and do a referee and coaching course, which was very successful with enthusiastic participants. So thank you once again. And we had both the World Games and the World Champs. So Pachi, thank you for everything you've done for polo and continue to do. And I hope as president of the IWGA you thought that polo was another good sport in the Games. We certainly felt so. And to the federations that went, we had 8 women and 8 men's teams to have a World Games. And only a few weeks later, the World Championships. Thank you for the support to the World Games, because amateur athletes spent an awful lot of money and an awful lot of time this year doing both events. So thank you very much. And as I say, I'm going to try and let the pictures do it. You can see the 4 primary things we did this year. So Egypt, we gave 10 sets of equipment sponsored by Yupin Sports from China. There were 20 coaches, 16 referees that went, and myself and another committee member went, and one of the top referees went. And as you can see, Egypt TV reported from the venue. So I think overall it was very successful. The World Championships in Santomé, what can I say apart from thank you? Thomas and the ICF want to grow the sport to spectators and media that are not canoe related. And after COVID, to get 26 nations there was a big effort. It's a team sport. We were really worried about possible infection and COVID, and we had 0 COVID cases, which was great. And you can see the numbers on the page. The referees, I would just highlight Poland as one of them. You provide 2 female referees, both of a very high standard. And we got to the point this year where we had 9 of the 28 referees were female. It's not good enough, but in a contact sport, where if the referee, like sometimes in football, if the referee's rubbish, we have a real serious problem. So they're there on merit, and the French female referee did the men's final. So it doesn't matter, it's not about male or female, it's the performance, and they did really well. And just that the French engaged 350 volunteers, which was a great number. Live stream, we used put a lot into it this time. There was 8 live stream commentators. We did every game over all the days. So they were busy and exhausted as commentators. And as far as the public were concerned, 2003 goals works out to roughly 7 a game. So they were entertained. There were some pretty bad fouls. There were pretty dynamic play, and I think we engaged a lot of people. To get 15,000 people at the opening ceremony, which was from one square walking through the city, and I had to fight my way to get to the stage at the end. You just couldn't get through. It's like, please, can we get there? So it was a great feeling for both the committee and the spectators. And on the Sunday for the finals, we had approximately 8,000 people around one pitch. Atmosphere, the noise, the tension and the stress around that one field, which is 35 metres long, was just crazy. And some of the VIPs that came, it was really nice to hear that they were really surprised how the level to which polo's got. I think the vision for perhaps a lot of you in the room, that it's a pitch in the middle of a lake with nobody watching, or perhaps a dog watching, is very different to the reality for the World Championships. Increasing performances. Teams have raised their game. I'm not going to read out every one. The one I've missed off that is Ukraine came and we supported them. But historically, the ones that I've listed on the page all raised their performance. USA had men and women's teams in the World Games, and whilst it was hard for them, they were way better than they have been in the past and lifted their own performance. And Chinese Taipei were a real difficult team to play in the World Games. They caused chaos in a good way. And New Zealand took one of the 4 titles to Oceania. Ross was there reporting on them. The girls were a credit to their country, and the way they appeared on New Zealand television afterwards, a really good advertisement from the sport. And the top scorers, they weren't from Europe. The women from Singapore, the men's from Japan. The World Games, it was sold out. It was indoors, and I'm pleased it was indoors because the humidity in Alabama was pretty bad. So we were air conditioned, and it was really successful. I can't say much more than that. The crowd thought we were crazy, I'm sure. Again, a lot of them are non-polo people. The press reports that were picked up on described it as all sorts of things, but all positive. So a good event. And then there's a few images of the players and moving to the main venue for Santomé. You can see it on its own, but what I'd like to say and try and highlight is the opportunity to focus on a location. We've got a lot of disciplines where it's spread out and it's hard to get that impactful moment, and to be able to have a controlled area where both the spectators and the sponsors and ultimately the organisers can concentrate on trying to make a big event really helps. And to reach, together with, I understand, marathons, such a high number of live stream views, when I would suggest to you that polo players weren't watching it on their own at home, I bet there was 2 or 3 of them sat together, was a great result. You can see some of the pictures. It's just spectacular for television and for the photographs, and gives a different element of canoeing. The ball is there at the top, but the spectators, we managed to get so close to the water, it really engaged, as you'll see in the video in a moment. Again, the pictures speak for themselves. And this one I really like. To get people of this age watching this sport and appearing like that, it was fantastic to see. And I think a positive for the future of the discipline. This next year we've got continental champs, which are qualifiers for the following year's World Championships. And thank you, Dodo, for coming from China to talk about the 24 Worlds. We've got dates, or almost dates, for Europe, Oceania, for Asia, and I know COPAC are very close. We just need an African date for the qualifier. 2 days ago, I met with Upin Sports and delighted to confirm we're sending 30 boats to South America, 20 for Argentina, 10 for Paraguay, which is part of the development agreement with Upin Sports. And as a committee, we will follow up with referee and coaching training. And next summer, we hope, possibly in Italy, with conversations with the Italian coach, to have a seminar on what the future of polo looks like. One of the talks or the discussion areas was shipping of equipment around the world. It's hard for polo, we're moving a lot of boats, and how can we change that? And lots of people have got lots of ideas, but we feel that for the benefit of all, it's best to have a seminar to discuss that. And we look forward to the World Championships in 24. It's going to be different. The opportunity for spectators is enormous, and we just hope the quarantine is reduced in China as soon as possible so we can be sure. And I'd like to finish with some clips. They are highlights from the World Champs, and the sprint starts are all from the World Games. So again, I hope these pictures speak for themselves and you can see the excitement and the difference in a positive way for canoe polo.
Oh, look at the acceleration on that. Wow. Massive shot. That's how it's done. That's the way to do it.
That is the answer.
And if I can finally thank Eva Lindmark from Sweden, who's in the room. She was the technical delegate for the World Games, and I know you work like crazy, so thank you. And again, I've said in the board meetings, but thank you to all the ICF staff for the help at the World Champs and helping me personally. Just any questions?
Oh, there's a question over here from our friend from Singapore.
Thanks, Greg, for the beautiful presentation. Firstly, the live streaming can generate revenue. Would it be possible to have Planet Canoe to help us, or do you get it from the local country? In this case, which is which? Secondly, we had the demonstration sport in the Asian Games, the first one in Palembang. But sadly to say, it didn't continue to Hangzhou. And is there a possibility we can campaign, lobby to get our Chinese friends to embrace the sport and get it through so that we can have canoe polo in Asian Games? And we are actively trying very hard to do it at our level at the SEA Games. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and answer them. The first one, the revenue from live streaming, you've picked on a hot topic, which is front and centre at ICF at the moment. Can we charge for live streaming for people to view and generate revenue for the sport? I hope so, but I also don't want to deter those 300,000 views by the cost. So I think it's a really fine balance, but it is something that's very much in discussion at the moment. So all I can say is watch this space. As far as Asian Games and things like that, quite rightly, the President's highlighted that the non-Olympic disciplines, the aim will be to put people into multi-sport games. The big thing for me is there needs to be a clarity of which sports for which games. So we're not competing against each other, we're not having different conversations, because I think that could be a real negative, and sports that have got within a few moments of getting into a multi-sport games to suddenly find somebody's replacing them can be a problem. So I agree with you. I hope it can be in the Asian Games, the same as over the years it's been more and more successful in the World Games. The next step for us is to discuss and have an agreement which sports are going to which multi-sport games, and then we can push harder and harder without any conflict amongst the disciplines.
Maybe I can add some information. Greg highlighted that one of the next steps should be to start to work on a coordinated strategy, how we can apply and lobbying for participation in multi-sport events, coordinated with our committees, focused on non-Olympic sports, and looking on opportunities we have. There are beach games, there are several continental games where we can fight for adding our sports. But this is a common task, and we all together, if we fix the strategy, have to help to lobbying for that. And it's first and foremost also a task of a continental association to help with the lobbying for continental games. So we are working on an aligned, adapted strategy, and I'm very confident that we can provide, maybe already during the next big board meeting in April next year, this strategy, and then can start working. And of course, we're sharing all this information with you, with national federations and continental associations.
Okay. Any additional questions for Canoe Polo? There's none online either. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. We can now move to the awards.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, we can move to a very enjoyable agenda point. Right now, we want to award some honorary memberships today, some to former stakeholders who cannot participate in person because of several reasons, and some to our friend and Asian Canoe Association's lifelong honorary president, Shoken. That's what we want to do during the reception tonight. We have to decide about all this honor memberships right now, but want to celebrate awarding these awards for those who participate online during the Congress, and tonight for Shoken. Hopefully you agree with this proposal later. So that's why I want to call to justify to award honorary membership to our former sprint chair, Frank Garner, and I can ask Toshi to justify it and to celebrate Frank's achievement in his speech. Can I ask, is Frank and Dawn present online?
We have. I think Don is present online. Frank, I think we have a recorded message.
Toshi,
yes.
Please.
Thank you, Thomas. Dear delegates, this is my message to Frank. Dear Frank, Congratulations on the nomination to the ICF honorary member. I first met you in 1995 on a lake directly in front of Mount Fuji. You came to Japan as a member of the Canoe Sprint Committee when it was still called Racing Committee. Since that time, you have been committed to our sports as a committee member, especially as a chair since 2008. You have long been dedicated Canoe Sprint and ICF and protected our sports. You are very happy in your work, which must have been difficult at times, but with support, Paula, and your family, you are happy to do your great job. You are a hero, and you are remembered by your community for your election for Canadian Olympics and Nova Scotia Hall of Fame, and for the fact that the boathouse in Chima is named Frangana Boathouse. The name of Frangana always reminds us Canoe Sprint. And Frank, you are a mentor, friend, and great boss for us. We carry on your great passions. Please continue to support us. I wish you well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toshi. Allow me to add a personal memory. When I became Vice President German Federation, I was far away from ICF, not connected with ICF stakeholders. Before I showed up here, the first I met was Frank Garner, and ICF was so far away. I had respect. I have still always respect for all our stakeholders, but I thought that must be all superheroes in this position. Then I met him, we had some beers together, and I realized we are completely on the same page. I'm on my level in the club, he on the ICF level, want simply to make our sport better. So he was the first one I met, and now I'm here and happy to lead this Congress and to can ask you to approve, to award to Frank Garner the ICF honorary membership.
Yeah. Now open the votes. Okay, just a few more seconds. Near there. Okay, we can close the votes now.
I can announce that we have a new ICF honorary member. Congratulations to Frank Garner.
I think we can now hear from Frank.
ICF honorary member. I want to thank the International Canoe Federation for such a wonderful honor. I am humbled and proud to receive such a special tribute. I've had the pleasure to work closely with many great sports people. Many of you are there now. We've achieved equity in our event schedule, accessibility with para, and now with paddle-all. Real advancement. I know we will continue to move forward. We must improve, and enhance our sport. These are strange times. The world is changing, but sport can make a difference, and I think that's what's really important, and we must do our best to achieve that. I hope to see many of you over the next few years, and once again, wish to thank you for this lovely tribute. Thank you.
I think I can speak for our entire Congress here. Thank you back, Frank, for all what you did for our sport. Now, let's move to another candidate who should become ICF honorary member. Most of us know him not with his first name. We always said Doc, maybe Doc McKenzie. It is done, and Pachi, our honorary president, wants to justify why we have to award to him this award.
Thank you, Thomas, for giving me this opportunity to introduce Don recognition, because if I have to select one member of the ICF committees from these last 20 years, this member is Don. Dr. Don C. McKenzie, Professor at Director Division of Sport Medicine, University of the Birmingham, Columbia. Our Secretary General recommends me speech in 2 or 3 minutes, but with Don it's impossible. It's impossible because only the curriculum for Don, I need more than 2 hours. But okay. But my position as honorary president, I have to discipline it. I follow the recommendation for Richard. My first contact with Don was in 1984. We both started in the ICF. Don is a member of the Medical Anti-Doping Committee.
Honorary member. I want to thank the International Canoe Federation for such a wonderful honor.
I repeat. My first contact with Don was in 1984. We both started in the ICF. Don, as a member of the Medical Anti-Doping Committee, and I as a member to the Canoe Sailing Committee. Yes, Canoe Sailing, all is possible. Since 21, he has been chairman of the Medical Anti-Doping Committee. His activity and commitment to clear canoeing has been constant since 1982, has participated in all the World Championships and in all the Olympic Games. And during the year 22 to 2010, he has a member one of the most prestigious commissions of the IOC Medical Commissions. I clarify in this time 22, when Antonio Samaranch had president to the IOC, in the commission only possible entry, no IOC member, always very high level quality. This is the situation to Don. And the committee is maximum 8 years, and Don McKenzie over the 8 years in this commission. Thus, Don has all the recognition for the doctor in Canada could have, especially the most prestigious recognition in the Order of the Canada. His highest civilian honor I dedicate to the community for the service of the nations. But if we had highlight what Don's great contribution to the ICF, I think has been his commitment to apply sport in the breast cancer. In just 1996, the first breast cancer herbivore drone boat team entering competition. Today, big dragon boat competition have been held around the world. And this is because his great vision and determination applying canoe technique in the covering the woman and the breast cancer, Don has always said, playing sport is medicine. In conclusion, on behalf of the ICF, thank you for his work and dedication, and my honor to have followed to be my friend. Dear colleagues, I ask to accept the recognition to our honorary member, the ICF, to the Dr. Donald C. Mackenzie, sorry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Nothing to add after this impressive justification. I kindly ask you to vote in favor to approve Don Mackenzie as an ICF honorary member. The vote is open. So we can close the vote. Please show results. So congratulations to Don Mackenzie. I think it's in the middle of the night in Canada. And as we know, Don is a tireless worker. So that's clear that he is joining us online and live, and I hand over to Don, and please switch the screen, that we can see Don. Hello Don, thank you, congratulations from the whole Congress to this honorary membership.
Oh, thank you very much, Thomas. Can everyone hear me?
Very well.
Very good. Well, to all the Congress participants and delegates and the board of directors and executive members and the several presidents that are available in Thailand, I have to say thank you very, very much for this very flattering moment and the words that you've said about me. I'm very appreciative of that. I have a few comments I'd like to make, and first one actually is about Frank Garner, because as Thomas, you alluded to, this was and Paxi did too. Actually, the first time I met Frank was in 1981, and he was actually the head of the Olympic canoe team, the Canadian Canoe Federation, the national team. He was the head coach. And he said to me, well, you're a paddler. I still am, and happy to be still one, but he said, you're a paddler and you have a medical degree and some expertise. We might be able to use you. Why don't you join me? Come and join the Canadian Canoe Association at that time. That was 42 years ago. And we're still talking about Frank Garner and the contribution that he made to sport, the canoe sport in particular in Canada and internationally. And I don't think we can underestimate the achievements that Frank brought to us and the work that he did. And yes, I was ICF medical chair. Frank was the sprint chair. And I can assure you his job was much more difficult than mine. Toshi can probably acknowledge that. So Frank remains a special friend, and I think we have to be again once acknowledging the contribution that he made. The other member I'd like to speak very briefly about too, and I know he will be recognized as well, is Yao Tomasini. Last weekend in Brasilia, there were 330 women with breast cancer at a regatta. They were from Canada, America, Panama, Colombia, Argentina, Chile, and also, of course, Brazil. 330 women were there with the support of Wat Yao, the Brazilian Canoe Federation. And as you know from sometimes I've talked to you all, I mean, the idea of paddling, canoeing when you have a disease as serious as breast cancer is pretty impressive. It makes a big difference to your life. It's not about winning. I've said many times, if you are a breast cancer paddler, you win as soon as you reach the start line because of the work you've done to get there. So Yao was instrumental in supporting that. We talked at a board meeting in Turkey several years ago. We made a short video and he tried to promote that. It got a bit of a hiatus because of COVID, but I certainly acknowledge him. He was a friend, a committed person. We had some very good times together. The other group I'd like to thank really is what was the Canadian Canoe Association, is now Canoe Kayak Canada. Casey Wade is there representing you, and a wonderful person and a very supportive individual as CEO for Canoe Kayak Canada. It's a special group of individuals that become involved in canoeing nationally and internationally, and I learned that long time ago. I don't think very many people or federations maybe realize the financial commitment it takes to support a committee member. And so, when I was involved with different committees and moving along to attend different regattas and for 40 years, that was a financial stress to Canada. They had to make a decision, as they did for myself and Frank and John Edwards over the years. And I think that just reflects nicely on the importance that canoeing plays in the society in Canada, and the leadership that Casey Wade and the executive members and people that control canoe kayak in Canada as well. So, I think that looks very well. And I've said many times, and Thomas knows, if I cut myself, I bleed little maple leaves with canoe paddles attached to them. And I'm very passionate about the sport, and I'm passionate about our country as well. It was a privilege to be a member for many years, and I look back a little bit because I knew I might have maybe another minute here, but I started when Sergio Orsi was president, and Ulrich Feldhoff, and Paxi, and now Thomas, and we always didn't have. We may have shared differences of opinion, but I always respected the mutual respect that we had between us. And, Paxi was very, very kind when he says nice words about the Pink Ladies. And of course, he's correct. I mean, that is the connection between sport and health, which from the IOC's perspective is a very important relationship to develop. But the presidents were provided leadership and direction, and that was important to the sport as well. The other part I would like to just conclude on is the people in the office. Most of us in the committees are volunteers, and we don't have the time to do a lot of the kind of gut work and issues that really need to be done for programs to exist. That's very true with doping and match manipulation and gambling, safe sport, etc., which is moving now. And so the support that I had from the executive and the staff at headquarters in Lausanne made it all happen. They are very, very special people who work extraordinarily hard. And I think they do that because they love canoeing. And I really do need to say thank you to Simon, who's not here anymore, but Simon Tussen was one of those individuals who spent a great deal of time and a great deal of leadership and had integrity and a sense of purpose. And that made a lot of things happen very positively in the head office. So I guess I'll take enough time, but I do think it's quite a privilege and an honor. I've enjoyed all of the time that I've spent with the ICF, the 30 or 40 years. And one thing I learned is that a lot of people love sport. They love canoeing, and they stay in sport. And some of the friends I met over the years that were there for decades, close personal friends, Jorn Kornberg is one, Helen Brownlee, another. Individuals that devote themselves to the sport. They have the expertise. They apply it. I'm not sure I'm going to miss Albert Wood's jokes, but I suspect I will in some fashion as well. Finally, some people say to me as a sport medicine doctor, and I've had a lot of great opportunities to attend events like World Cups, Olympic Games, the hockey that's so important in Canada, football, soccer. He said, what was the most important thing, the most impressive place you've seen? Who was the most impressive athlete you've ever come in contact with over 40 years? And the answer is very simple. The answer is being at an Olympic final in canoeing, way before the event starts. You're down in the boat bay where the athletes are, near the start line, near the boat bays where they put their boats in the water. And it's early in the morning, a couple of hours before the Olympic final begins. And you're there with all of the male and female thoroughbreds, the people who you respect, who have put in hours and hours and decades of training to be there. And as a medical person and as a physiologist, I love to watch them challenge the limits of human performance. That was always the most impressive thing from my perspective in being involved with the athletes, the people that involved in canoeing that devote themselves to promote the sport and protect the sport. And once again, I can just say thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to have served with you for so many years. It's actually, it's only about 11 o'clock at night in Western Canada. So thank you very much for listening to me. Good evening.
Impressive speech, but typical Don. He highlighted almost during his whole speech performance and achievement, success of others. But with this vote today, we have highlighted your lifetime achievement for our sport. And of course, Don, we can accept your excuse not to join us this time for travel restrictions or reasons, but we cannot accept if you not join us in 2024 when we celebrate 100 years ICF, because you are an important part of the successful history, and we can celebrate together this award today in Pattaya 2024. Thank you, Don. Thank you for participation, and now you can start to celebrate alone, and we will do it here and will remember all that what you did for our sport. Thanks, Don. So usually it's enjoyable, happy part to discuss awards, but now we have to move set part of this agenda point, and I ask Cecilia to take the floor.
First, I would like to extend my congratulations to our friends, to Frank Garner, who was the person who ran my examination as an ITO and gave me great guidance and opportunities. That's extremely important for all of us, and particularly for women. I was selected for 5 Olympic Games as an ITO, and that was thanks to Frank's guidance, advices, and teaching. Frank is a great teacher. Actually, he was the coach of my husband also, some of you know. So I congratulate Frank for this recognition. And I can also mention that Don is the responsible of making rivers, streams, and oceans in pink color, particularly in the month of October. And we, the women, and the men of the Planet Canoe, as I used to say, I'm very fond to this Planet Canoe hashtag, are grateful to him for his scientific findings in favor of the cancer survivor. I have to speak about my best friend in canoeing, Joao Tomasini Schwartner. For the ones who didn't know him, he was the president of the Brazilian Canoe Federation. And please allow me to switch to my language. Permítanme hablar en español, especialmente para aquellos compañeros del continente americano que nos están siguiendo online. João fue presidente de la Confederación Brasilera por muchos años. Fuimos amigos 35 años, que no es poco. Además de eso, él fue presidente de la Confederación Sudamericana de Canoe y fue presidente de COPAC, de la Confederación Panamericana de Canoe. Pero más que eso, más que todos esos logros, lo que yo quiero destacar es que él fue una persona que tuvo el coraje de tomar decisiones respecto de las que muchos hubieran pensado 2 veces antes de concretar. Era osado, João. Sabía cómo convencer y cómo sumar gente a los proyectos que harían crecer el canotaje en las Américas. Fue criticado, fue resistido por aquellos que no toleraron que se pusiera de pie a reclamar lo que en derecho nos correspondía y que parecía ser que no tuviésemos derecho a reclamar. João fue tremendamente lúcido, su comprensión de la realidad de nuestro continente apoyó el crecimiento de las federaciones, de los oficiales y principalmente de nuestros atletas. Recordemos que Brasil, bajo su liderazgo, logra medallas olímpicas. Todo eso, por supuesto, fue un esfuerzo mancomunado de la comunidad del canotaje de Brasil, pero su liderazgo fue indiscutible para llegar hasta ese punto. Comprendía que la unión hace la fuerza, y esa era la fuerza de nuestra América, y debe seguir siéndolo. La familia del canotaje de las Américas lo recuerda permanentemente, en cada reunión y en cada acción, y está en las buenas manos de los líderes y personas que él apoyó dar continuidad a una línea de trabajo profesional y de realizaciones deportivas. João tuvo una vida con sentido, logró propósitos en el aspecto deportivo y los amigos, como es mi caso, los llevaremos por siempre en nuestra memoria y en nuestro corazón. Gracias.
I think you have speak for all of us. We all will carry him in our heart. And now I ask you to approve posthum to award Mr. Shoa Tomasini ICF honorary membership. Vote is open. So, vote is closed. Confirmed with 100%, thanks to Congress. And I think this is a message that helps a little bit João's family, and we are happy that we have a video message from his son available.
Dear ICF members, on behalf of Joe Tomasini's family, I, Paulo Roberto Schwertner, his eldest son, thank you for your nomination as an honorary member of the ICF. We would like him to be present at this tribute, but unfortunately, the coronavirus pandemic took him away. João always believed that canoeing should be for everyone, a universal sport in all its disciplines, and he worked harder for it. He devoted his life to canoeing, and he was the main founder of Brazilian Canoe Confederation, bringing a sport with no tradition in Brazil to the sports that was recognized as the most grow in the last 3 Olympic cycles. Multifunctional, he held prominent position in canoeing. The presidents of the Brazilian Canoe Confederation, the presidents of Pan American Canoeing Confederation, member of the Brazilian Olympic Committee, and also active member of the ICF. Their aspirations, dreams, and projects were often considered unreachable. His big dream was to reach the top of the Olympic podium. The first participation of the Brazilian canoeing was in Barcelona. The first medals came to Rio, and the long-awaited Olympic gold medal in Tokyo last year, a dream he could not see in his life. João planned and built a legacy for the creation of many sporting talents. He leaves a big emptiness in canoe's world, but his achievements will remain vivid in our memory. We miss him every day, and we know that you all miss him too. In all these events and moments, he would be present, showing his love for canoeing and the Olympic sport. There would be more to be said. Over these almost 2 years, several mentions of his legacy in the sport. In particular, this tribute fills our hearts with pride and gratitude. Thank you very much.
We are in ongoing contact, Cecilia, myself, with his wife, and we agreed that we want to hand over personally this certificate to Joao's family later next year. So that was a set gender point. Now let's come back to a more happy point, and we have to make a last decision regarding honorary members, and I will keep it very brief because I think it don't need a justification here. And I will give tonight a celebration speech during the reception to highlight Mr. Narita's lifetime achievements. So that's why I want to ask you simply here, do you approve this to appoint Mr. Narita as ICF honorary member and then give a celebration speech tonight during Congress? Then I open the vote to approve Mr. Narita as ICF honorary member. Please vote. So vote is closed. And we can also congratulate Mr. Narita, and we will hand over this award tonight during our reception. You can celebrate that tonight. One information more. IUC member from Thailand, Mrs. Leswa Trakul, will join us tonight, and the board had already approved to hand over the Order of Merit of ICF. This is nothing what the Congress has to approve, that it can simply be done by board, and only to inform you that you are not surprised. So now, on the end, almost the end of the second successful day of our Congress, I hand over for some housekeepings to Richard.
Okay, just a couple of points. Lunch is in the same place as yesterday, so just over the road. In addition, the dinner tonight will start at 7:30 over the road, but just on the floor above, on the next floor above. So as you go into the restaurant, there's an escalator on the right. You can go up the escalator, and it's just in the room above. In addition, on your table, you will have this point here, we have an opportunity to go to the Cobra tour tomorrow, on the 5th at 1:30 to 4:30. This is a tour of the Cobra factory. I know that there's a number of you that are interested in it, but not so many have registered so far for the tour. So if you can scan the QR code and enter your details, then we can make sure that we make the relevant provisions for transport, etc. Other than that, I wish you a good afternoon, and please also come to our Fit for Future discussion at 3, and following that, the athletes discussion later on. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, dear all member, I would like to inform to you all, if you have time before lunch or after lunch, please recheck your transportation for your